Boy. I don't even remember where I left off, really. I need to... We're implementing buffs. Basically. That's what I was working on. It's been too long. I was making status effects be scriptable objects. People told me not to do that. I don't know if I care. This isn't actually destroying this object. But this isn't actually an object. However, a skill is an object. And the thing is, since we are creating clones, that means we have to destroy our clones as well. What we're gonna do is we're gonna do this. We're gonna go to our data, and we're gonna say public bool is clone equals false. Let's make this a getter. And then we say public, well, underscore is clone. Public bool is clone. Return, get return is clone. Set is clone equals value. . And then we're gonna say here, if object data dot is clone, then Unity Unity engine dot object dot destroy object data. Be about right. Now, I don't know how Unity actually handles scriptable object clones when you exit. Whether it handles destroying them themselves, or if my game is just, or if my folder is just full of that's. I don't know where they would put them. Not there. But I would have seen them like 100 times by now. For example, if I type Ria, no. They're not a bunch of copies or anything like that, so I don't know where they would be stored temporarily. I don't see the issue. I don't see the issue with cloning scriptable object. Seems like a total non-issue to me. Unity instantiating scriptable object. I love when people say there is no reason to ever use this function in any scenario. Like, yeah, you totally have all the scenarios on lockdown, bro. Usually it's just lip service, like they're just repeating something they've been told. Because the issue is, like, someone told me to use a POCO, which apparently is just short for, what's it? Plain old CLR object. Plain old C# object. Just a normal class. But the thing is, when you do that, you can't edit it via the inspector, so you have to go in and set the values inside the class globally, and that's also an issue, because the reason I want to clone or instantiate a scriptable object is so that I can alter some values inside and run a script. While at the same time I can alter the values of the script in the inspector, and I can assign it to a character in the inspector. So I don't really see the issue. Either way, but it should probably be destroyed, because otherwise it's gonna leak the object, I imagine. Data transfer object. Now see, I could definitely decouple the behavior from the scriptable object. That way I don't have to control things in there. And instead I can just make the object itself contain the variables, the variables. Like where we are right now, or what state we're in and stuff like that. Like, I should probably do that. That way we don't have to do any cloning at all. Because if we look at Cyrus Gaze, for example, what it's doing is it's creating effect object, but the thing that makes it easier to have things inside the class is that you can have custom whatever you want. You can make whatever you want, and you can use whatever you want. Otherwise, you're limited to whatever variables you put on all the objects, right? That's why it's so handy to have it this way. Because now I can just put in You know, if I want to handle the light in some certain way or whatever, I can just create a new variable to like do whatever I want, whatever I need. But since these are global, right? Like the dim stage, for example, that would be like this. It's absolutely doable, but because you could just create a bunch of functionality outside of the SO. Oh, I don't want to, but maybe I should. Because, for example, even having like here, I'm changing the size of the light, right? But what I could do is I could just add a new light to. Well, I do add a new light, right? Like a new light gets added to the light list, and then I can just access that. Somehow. Can I? It's kind of spooky. But at the same time, like the skills aren't meant to play out simultaneously as another skill, so. Because the ideal way to do it is to update the current animation time on the character, and then you like dip them into the scriptable object, and then the scriptable object is like a mangler or something that just like takes the time and just goes through it, and it's like, and then it like spits out what it should do with it. Because that way multiple characters can still animate using the same scriptable object. But this is where things become difficult, because every single skill is going to have to take in a bunch of variables, I think. Well, not necessarily. It can still just be this, and then it can access everything. It can access the targets via the user, and it can access everything else it needs via the main controller. This dim stage stuff is also gonna have to change. This would have to be contained in the main controller, the dim stage, and I think that's fine. That's just a variable that's stored there. But let's not do that today, but I think we should do that. Because while they are making too much of an issue about cloning scriptable objects, it would also be preferable not to do it. simply. Just have them be more static, because it does lead to potential issues. Like, what if I accidentally delete the original? Now the game is bricked. I think that's gonna delete the asset. I'm not sure though. It might just delete the reference, but it could delete the asset, potentially, if I do destroy. You can make systems. What you can do is you can make, like, instead of having a bunch of variables that are like specific for this and that, you can literally make a user file, like a list for the user that contains a bunch of floats, and another list that contains a bunch of integers. And then you just use that for doing things. You just have to properly index what you're doing. But then, depending on what's happening, that might fuck something up. But in reality, whatever variable you have in there, it would have to be a class. A class would make more sense than variables. Just because then you can... it still doesn't make sense. Because the problem is, like, what if you make a variable that's like making your character glow for whatever reason? And then in the middle of your animation, the glow runs out for whatever reason. It might, like, this might not even be a case, but it could happen. Then that variable gets removed. And that's gonna shift the indices. And now you're gonna be accessing the wrong indices there. But no, that doesn't make sense either. No, you can't do that. Oh, no, you can. Kinda. Oh, whatever. No, I think you could. I think you could make something like that work. You just have to have a list of a class instead that contains, like, an integer and a float. A class that contains one integer, one float, and a reference to the object or the skill. That way, you can check before you do anything, I guess. Something like that. Anyway, I'll be right back. Yeah. Go back to our buffs. We now have scriptable object status effects. Now, how should I actually do this? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't want it to work this way. I'm thinking maybe you can do it like this instead. If I'd make this work like this, right? And then we go to triple stab. And then instead of just doing it like this, that I just do apply new bleed. What if you can just do public status effect test like this, all right? And then you check here. So now we have an effect that we can put in here. Right? Then we can give it, then we can have a custom effect here. Now, what I'm unsure about is whether I should at the same time, I think I should standardize status effects. Like a bleed should just be a bleed, and it should always work the same. A burning should always work the same. So the only question is if it should have like individual strength. But that might be weird too. Because then you would have to show that somehow, somewhere. No, I think a bleed should just be... It should just be its own thing. And then the tricky part is creating debuffs that do custom stuff. That's the tricky part. Like, let's say a buff or a debuff, like a curse or something. Because it really it depends, right? Like what you want them to do. And depending on what you want them to do, you then have to implement extra checks for running them. Like, what if you want a buff that does something special in certain circumstances? Like, what if you have a buff that lets you attack an extra time, like that turn? That would mean you have to write code for every attack phase that checks for buffs, right? That's mostly fine. I'm just thinking, like, what kind of circumstances? Now, a bleed would need to have... We would need to figure out what a bleed would do. Because it would have to do a certain amount of damage. And I think it should be percentage based, so it just does a percentage of someone's health for a certain amount of ticks and duration. But see, that's the difficult part. Because you might want to have like a stronger bleed or a longer duration bleed. Makes no sense that a bleed should just be static, like you can only have it for this long. My first idea for a bleed was to make it drop in power every turn until it runs out. But that's kind of weird too, to some degree. Like, what kind of values would you use? That's the thing. So, like, what if you get applied a bleed, and let's say it does 10% of your health every turn? Then what? What if we reduce it by 5% every turn? Then that would mean that it does 15% of your health, and it runs for 2 turns. Right? But that's a very short duration, isn't it? And it's still a lot of damage for like one of the, like, that's basically as weak as it can get, right? And that, but then for it to run for 4 turns, it would have to be 20%, and then it gets 15%, 10%, 5%. Now it does 20. Let's see, 30, 45. No, it does 50% of your health just for it to last 4 turns. So that also becomes kind of weird. But what if we start with it doing 10% of your damage? Your health. And then it goes down like, I don't know. See, I don't think this actually works. Just because of the values, right? But what if it's 10 and it goes down by like 1? Oh, it's 10, 9, 8, 6, 5. Forgot about 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's still insane amounts of damage. That's half your health. 1 bleed application, right? Over half your health. So it's kind of weird. I do like the idea that it kind of tapers off, but designing it is super weird. But if we apply a 10% bleed and then we reduce it by 2, then it does 30% of your health. Now the question is, what do you do about bleeding? Like, because I've already thought about things like not moving or like not doing anything that turn, and it could work, but the thing about that is that it kind of turns it into a stun, and that might be fine because no, it's kind of weird. It depends a little bit, like, because we've got end turn and we've got delay, right? And I do think you should be able to delay as much and as freely as you want. But that makes the end turn have like questionable meaning. more design than anything else, but I think it could work around this ballpark where you apply like a percentage amount of bleed, and then it gets reduced by maybe 2%, maybe something like that. But then like a 20% bleed would be insane. And that's where there has to be a way to counter it. Because even like 20% minus, that would be 20, 18, 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 2, right? And that's gonna kill you. Like, you're straight up just dead. Like, it's even overkill. So then, how do you handle it? What I was thinking was that the bleed could tick like relatively frequently, and that way doing actions will do a lot of damage to you. So what you might want to do is you might want to delay your turn until the next time it ticks, and then that would accelerate the amount of, I guess, stacks that is removed from you. That's another way to approach it. It's just like stack based. So you get like 1 stack of bleed, and 1 stack of bleed does 1% damage. Then depending on what you've done that turn, you lose X amounts. It's a little bit complicated. That's what I'm worried about, because you just have to know, like, this is how it works. Hmm. I kind of like this direction, though. I don't know if it'll make sense gameplay-wise, but maybe we'll do it that way. The questions become, however, how do you deal with the ticks? Like, what if you reapply the bleed? What that would do is just increase the amount of stacks on the bleed right now. So what would you do with the bleed then, right? Would you just leave it where it was? Or would you move the tick to like a different point? Because what you could do is you could make it so that when you cause a bleed, that does bleed damage, right? Like it takes the bleed instantly. like a bonus damage thing. And then you can make it so that the next time you strike, you also get the bonus damage, but you also get the current stacks. That way, like doing bleed stuff repeatedly on the same character will ramp, right? So like that could be a way to approach bleed as a mechanic as well. But then you would have to keep the applications relatively low, I think. But that also means that a bigger attack that causes bleed would just apply more stacks, and I think that would be fine. Now the question is, what would be the mechanic to reduce the bleed stacks? And I've been thinking like making it based on what you've done that turn, so that you can just delay your turn to after the bleed ticks, right? And then that will remove a certain amount of stacks. But if you act, you already use less stacks because you're just aggravating the wounds, right? But the question is the difficulty to show that, like as a mechanic, and just visually what'll happen, right? It's entirely possible, absolutely. I can think of multiple ways to do it right away. You can show on like just above the character like minus 10 stacks of bleed. Like just show that or whatever, or show it on his character card, like right now 10 stacks of bleed, and then when you're about to click something, it'll glow red on the bleed stacks and it'll show a lower number, and that'll be like visual aid to show you what's happening, right? I think I'm gonna go down this path and then just see how it plays, and then the boys can determine if it's retarded or not. I think it sounds kind of interesting. Because it would mean like you have to make a choice. Like, what if you have 10 stacks of bleed on you? You're going to take 10% of your health next turn. Or if you can delay until the next time it ticks, it'll just reduce 10 stacks or something. It has really weird gameplay implications as well, because what if somebody attacks you, puts 10 stacks of bleeds on you, and then it's your turn in a little while, and then your turn is just like 1 second before the bleed is about to tick, and you just like click delay for 1 turn, and then it's just over. But that might also be fine, because then you create a timing thing as well for applying bleeds, but also it also just does bonus damage, so like it's already done its biggest tick instantly, right? I think it could add pretty interesting mechanics. Let's see. But then the question becomes, should each character just have like a bleeding variable? Like it just has integer that's just like, this is how many bleeds you have, and that's it. then I wouldn't even need a status effect for bleeding, if that's how it's gonna work. I mean, I think that could be... Sure, let's try that. Public int bleeding stacks. Bleed stacks. No, that wouldn't work. No, that doesn't work. Because the bleeding still needs to have independent ticks, right? This would also solve the issue of over-saturating the timeline with the status effects. Because that was an issue. Then you wouldn't have multiple bleeds on the same character. It would just be one bleed, and then it gets stacked up and up and up. But then you can also have items. You can have like a bandage on characters. You could just deal with this. Like, what if your bleed stacks get really, really high and you just can't cope with it? By just, like, delaying your turn. This has got to be the most shitty game ever. Wow, okay. How should we do this? Goodbye. Hmm. What we'll do is this. gonna make a new method, and we're gonna say public void add bleed. And then this is gonna be a bleeding bleed. And then we're gonna say status effects add bleed. But we're gonna do it like this. We're gonna say bleeding bleed. If bleed equals null, then bleed equals bleed. This dot bleed equals null, then this bleed equals bleed. Status effects dot add bleed. Else this dot bleed So we don't want power, we want int stacks. Don't want duration, we don't want tick rate. Then we do bleed this dot bleed dot trigger. So? Hello, okay, but how's it going? Good? Wow. Look at this fucking guy. Doing good and shit. Look at that. Hmm. Despite the bitcoins getting annihilated or whatever. I have no idea what's going on in the world right now. Literally zero clue. The only thing I know is Starfield bad. I have not looked at Twitter since I left, and I have not learned a single piece of news since then. Like, I don't know what's happening at all about anything. I am basically a hermit. Like, I have no, like, literally no clue what's going on. Nothing. It's only like if I go to my parents and I have to watch the news on TV. Like, that's the only thing. And quite frankly, I don't really miss it. I mean, a little bit, but not really. Because it doesn't matter, right? Like, even if I know, it doesn't matter. Why not read a paper? Why would I? What good would that do me? Like, it would just make me just as angry as reading Twitter. Like, it just doesn't matter. It's like completely irrelevant. It's like if they're gonna raise my taxes or if like they're gonna burn my house down or something. Like, that's like the only thing that matters. The medium I enjoy the most is also the one I engage the minimum with other people with. What is that? Logging off. My Twitch channel. That's where you interact the least with people, because there's no one here. That's the one. Trying to create status effects that are actually interesting and fun and are actually work. Right now I'm trying to create a bleed function. See, I want the game to be advanced. And I know Kibbs wants that too. But if I make things the way I want it to, I think it's gonna be too advanced. But I think it's about making it function as well. The way I'm doing bleeds right now is that first of all, it's the status effect, and maybe you could make an ability like interact with it in some way. Like, I don't really think bleeds necessarily need that. But what we can do and what we are doing is, for example, like, what if somebody gets staggered or something? Like, what if they're stunned? Like, if they're stunned, maybe an ability does more damage to them, for example. And you could do that with bleeds, but I don't think you necessarily need to do it. So right now, my working idea is that you have like an amount of bleeds on you. You have like a stack counter, kind of. And when an attack hits you, it might add like 5 bleeds or something. And if you have 5 bleeds on you, you'll take 5% damage every turn. And if you have like 10 stacks on you, when they hit you with their bleed, they'll also do bonus bleed damage. So when they hit you, you'll take extra damage from the stacks, right? But this is all just more damage right now, right? But the idea is that you'll lose a certain amount of stacks every turn. And the bleed has like an independent tick timer, right? So it might do damage outside of your turn. It might tick like several times before it's your turn. But then what if that's also kind of weird. But what if you have like, you see, it's a little bit shaky right now, but because you have like a delay function where you can delay your turn a certain amount of seconds. So what if you delay your turn? Can you teach me? No. Like, why do you go to YouTube and ask people to teach you things? Go away. Use Google. You're banned. Like, honestly, like... But the idea was that if you delay your turn until the next tick, right, then you can reduce more stacks. So that way, bleed also creates this choice where you can delay your turn to take less damage. So it creates like this delay function, or this delay aspect, where you have to sacrifice a bit of time to take less damage. And at the same time, if you do something, then you will lose less stacks and keep taking more damage. But the issue I see now is like, what if you apply a bleed to somebody who won't get to act? Then then they're just gonna lose all their bleed stacks. It's kind of weird. And it gets kind of finicky there. System is real-time, turn-based, right? No. But in a sense, I'm kind of... I'm making status effects to be independent of the character, so that, like, if you get a bleed applied to you, that bleed will tick in its own time. Because otherwise it gets weird with, like, a fast character versus a slow character, right? And stuff like that. Like, if you're stunned for a turn, you might not take damage, or if your turn gets pushed back, then you take less bleed damage all of a sudden. So instead of the game being like turn-based, it's seconds-based. But yeah, it is standard turn-based. Now he's leaving the that's leaving the stream. Yeah. It's turn-based, but instead of it being turns, it's like seconds. But then that gets, you know, translated to a turn order. Yeah. But that's because you have like you can get staggered, right? And if you get staggered, your turn gets pushed back X amount of seconds. And you can only get staggered once per turn. And you can delay your turn until like after another one of your character's moves, because what if you have an ability that does extra damage against a staggered target, but your character can't stagger, but you have another character that can move in like 2 seconds, and he can stagger, so then you might just want to delay your turn for like 3 seconds until your other character gets to move. Yeah. Well, I hope so. I don't think it takes a lot to make an interesting tactic system. It's just that people literally just make click 95% chance to hit, do damage, hide behind a box. Like, that's the epitome of turn-based combat. Also, there's a grenade. Have you done other status effects yet? No. No. Right now we have bleeding and we can stagger. And the stagger is just a delay, right? But the stagger also interacts with other abilities. Stagger right now is like one of the main functions, right? So enemies being staggered is gonna be one of the biggest things that allow you to do like combo things. Like doing heavier attacks and stuff like that. And then they will do more damage or apply bleeds, or right now the preliminary design on Rhea is that she has one basic attack that causes a bleed. That's about all it does right now. And then she has a spell that right now also only does damage, really, because it's just a basic thing. And it also increases her heat, which is like a caster resource. And then she has another spell called Empower Blade, which makes her do increased damage. But then she has another ability called Overhead Slash. Interesting name, right? And Overhead Slash right now does like 50% bonus damage versus a staggered target. But then I'm also going to make it so that if Empower Blade is active and a target is staggered, it'll also apply a burn. So that you get like because Empower Blade makes your sword superheated. So it'll always do bonus damage, but then in combination with overhead slash, it'll also cause a burn versus someone who's staggered. She'll be heavily combo-based character slash caster slash support. Something along those lines. Lead. In fact, I think she could be kind of weak on her own. Most of her power should come from utilizing combo setups. And have like high mobility. Anyhow, we are applying bleeds. Is Gibbs the main writer? Yes. It's really his project. I would say he is the writer. Like, the other guys, you know, they mostly help him, like, flesh it out, I think. Like, he's got the whole thing in his head, basically. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard, right? Like, you'd need to have like writing guidelines and stuff all written down, more or less. But we'll definitely... I mean, it depends, right, what they actually want to get involved with. But we're gonna need, you know, just random NPC dialogues and like random stuff like that going on, like world building and... Maybe one of the boys wants to write a bunch of books or something, put it into the shelves. I don't know. I don't know how much of that we want to actually have. We'll see. God damn. So what should a bleed's tick rate be? Let's just set it to 5 for now. Because it depends, right? Like, it depends on what the average character's turn is. Like, how fast people are. And... because there's another aspect, right? Like, what if I make it so that if you act and then somebody applies a bleed to you, that bleed just does its full stacks, and then it just loses the minimum amount, which is 2 stacks right now, every turn or every tick. So then there's like a timing component to applying a bleed to somebody, because you can take advantage of them having acted or having done like a big attack, because the more AP right now, the more AP you spend, the longer your next turn is delayed. So it's like the character might have a base speed, then the more AP you spend, the more gets added on to that speed delay. So if you stand still and you use an attack, you get delayed like 20 seconds. If you move 4 turns forward or 4 AP forward and then do the same attack, now it's 30 seconds, whatever. You want to make the bleed have a stronger effect based on how big of an action they took? Not exactly. I want the bleed to be mitigated by choosing, you know, what to do on your own turn. So I don't want the bleed to basically be a stun, but I want the bleed to force you into making a choice. Whether you take like 10% damage and you do something, or you delay your turn and you reduce the amount of damage you're gonna take upcoming by like staunching, you know, the flow of blood basically. But it's kind of weird. I don't know. It's like the delay from doing an action to it being your next turn is in a sense like the animation playing out, right? Like that's kind of the idea behind it. So if you're like if you get a bleed applied to you like in the middle of that, then that's not something that you can deal with like until it's your time to move again. It's a little bit. What you can also do is you can when you're bleeding, you can change the end turn button and change it to like reduce bleeding or, you know, some term, right? And then it'll just use up a certain amount of time, and then it'll reduce your bleeding stacks. And then, like I said, you can also have items, like you can have a bandage on a character that you can use on yourself or other characters, or you can have it on multiple characters perhaps. Because the idea of items is that they're like you don't have a certain amount of them, but you can equip them as like Pillars of Eternity spells, kind of like you get a new charge of it every encounter. So it's more like an ability that you can equip on your characters, right? I still want to go in this direction, but it's kind of weird still. I think I'm gonna make the bleeds maybe even faster, like 3. If we trigger, we're gonna say apply damage to the target. But apply damage we have a damage type here, right? Have to do that with the amount of stacks that characters will usually take in mind, right? Yeah, of course. We would... right now it's just like... I'm just putting in a value, and then we'll just have to adjust and see. Like bleeding might not even be like super common, right? I think it would be, because every single weapon in reality would cause bleeding. Like, doing damage would cause bleeding, right? So in reality, it should be an extremely common thing. Like, if you get hit, you start bleeding. Like, that's just the reality of the situation. In fact, that might be an approach as well. Like, taking damage causes bleeding, right? And then just taking damage might. So like that is the thing. That could be the thing about status effects and damage and stuff like that is that if it just does damage, then it doesn't matter. Like it's just like fluff at that point, right? Which is fine to some degree, but the status effects have to affect your choices, like what you're gonna do in a turn. Otherwise, it's just there's no difference between a bleed and a damage buff otherwise, right? It's just like do I have like a bandage? If so, then it like affects your resources. Like, it affects another resource type that you just have to use, right? Yeah, exactly. Like, usually the only difference between a bleed and a poison in games is like the tick rate, how long it lasts, or maybe it affects healing. Yeah, something like that. Like, that's about it. In Path of Exile, the only difference between a bleed and a poison is that you can stack poisons. Right? You can't stack bleeds unless you have a keystone that lets you do it. Also, a bleed makes enemies take more damage when they walk, but that's about it. Like, otherwise it's just damage. Yeah, that's the weirdest bleed mechanic ever, to be honest. It's just you fucking explode instantly. And then it like barely... Like, is it even worth using outside of PvP? Like, not really. Like, for bosses and stuff, does it actually work? Like, is it actually worth playing? Or is it like purely a PvP stat? There's no more coffee in the mug, stop. It's decent in both? Oh, really? Bosses actually take bleeding damage? All right. It becomes really weird on bosses though, because you can't see what's happening. That's why I think it's a shit mechanic there. Because it's just all of a sudden they just took like a big chunk of damage. Like, okay, great. But you can't, because their meter gets reduced too, right? All the time. So you can't tell if you're like losing the stack. Like, it'll just kind of work. So it just being ticks or something would be more intuitive for sure. Public void tick bleed. Let's see, bleed. Current health minus equals bleed dot stacks as a float times 0.01f. I think, yeah. Multiplied by object data dot what? I don't have any health there? Oh yeah, it has to be like LOT object data dot health there. So then we'll reduce the health based on our current stacks. And then we're gonna say bleed.stacks. Reduce them by 2 for now. What we have to do is we have to call a damage pop-up. We have to say float damage equals this. Well, yeah. And we reduce damage by or the health by damage. And then we need a normalized value here, where we're gonna check how much damage it's doing compared to our health. To color the damage pop-up, make it redder the more damage you take. Then we reduce the bleed stacks. But in reality, this should be another function that's gonna reduce bleed stacks by the amount of See, that's where I'm unsure, because I'm still a bit unsure about AP, right? Like, we don't know how much AP a character should have right now, and we're not sure how, like, armor type is going to affect it, because there's a lot of ways to do it, right? Let's say 1 AP moves you 1 tile. Then if you have 10 AP, that can move you 10 tiles. But that 10 tiles is 5 characters width, which isn't that far, right? So I'm not sure how much, what the values will be like, because only moving 5 characters might be a bit short. So there might be like we could do like a sprint thing, you know, so you can move twice if you only move, for example. But you don't actually need to balance things based on armor necessarily. What you can do is you can add like an extra amount of delay, so that their turns just arrive slower based on their armor type, and then they all just have the same amount of AP. You can also just give a heavier unit more AP intensive abilities, right? So like that makes the same difference as having less AP, right? It'll just mean that their turns arrive less often. But if you double up, then it, you know, might spiral. What are you thinking on AP? Action points. What about them? How many you get a turn is based on character / stat. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, we don't have stats in that sense. Like, characters don't have levels. So the way I'm doing it right now is that, let's say that every character gets 10 AP, right? Then every AP that you spend on a turn will delay your turn by, let's say, 5 extra seconds. So if you act, you do all 10 AP, that'll delay your turn by 50 seconds. I don't know if these values make any sense, but let's go with that. So if you move the full 10, then your turn is going to be maximum delayed. But if you're standing still and you're attacking and you're using an ability that only costs 2 AP, then your next turn will arrive faster. And if you're standing still and you use an attack that uses a lot of AP, then your turn will come later. But you can only attack once. You can move and attack in the same turn. But if you do that, you'll use more AP and it'll delay your turn more. So a fast character doesn't necessarily need to have more AP. He might just have cheaper abilities that delays his turn less, so he gets to act more often. Right. Yeah, there is no attack, right? So there are only skills. So all skills will have an AP cost. Right. And items would be the same, I imagine. Like there would be some AP cost for using items. Yeah, yeah. Exactly. Like you can move and you can act, but you can only attack once. Like I wouldn't mind having more attacks in one turn, but it's going to make the attack that like the turns take so long. So plus it reduces the value of character synergy because now you can combo with yourself a lot of the time. But yeah, I just want the mechanics to be a bit more complicated than they usually are. That's all. Focus a bit more on a niche. Because usually, like, I can barely even play video games anymore because they're so fucking boring. Like they literally don't have mechanics. Like you look at the most like advanced tactics RPG and it's like Baldur's Gate 3. And Baldur's Gate 3 is like holy shit. You can like go in and you can attack and then you can like knock someone down, I guess. Like is there more advanced stuff in it? Like not really. I barely looked at it because I don't want to play that piece of shit. But like it just doesn't. You don't have much more than that. See, their environment stuff is actually nice, but I don't want the gameplay to revolve around that either. So like that's what it does in Original Sin. Like it gets too much. It's like everything, like the entire gameplay is literally just around puddles. Because there are no other mechanics in the game except for knockdowns. They're just puddles. There's all that's all there is in the entire game. And then there are like divine and corrupted puddles, and then you don't want to interact with that because you have like a hard limited amount of like points to even interact with that mechanic. Like I don't know, I never understood that. It was so fucking weird. But yeah, I wouldn't mind doing something like that either. It would be pretty simple, I think. Bringing down beams. Like if they're standing under beams in a building, they fall below. Yeah. Yeah, that's something we could do. Sure. Because it's a 3D engine, so like I could make things able to catch fire and whatever, but that's gonna have to be a stretch goal. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like you can't put that everywhere. It just turns into a mess to just put it there. Yeah, yeah. But like the only thing I see when I watch Baldur's Gate 3 is like the characters can move the entire fucking map in one go. And then so it's like they removed teleports from the game. Though they still have the jump, which is basically a teleport. But they removed teleports largely from the game. And then they just made it so that every character can move the entire map up to your casters anyway. Like, I don't know. The game's not very long? Wait, what? I mean, I know it's only 3 chapters, but 60 hours is still long. Come on, man. If you do everything, I don't know. I think that's still a long game. 40 hours is still an RPG to me. I mean, Baldur's Gate 2 is like 100 hours. So I guess. But that's with the expansion, I think. I don't know. People say that Larian is a small company. Are they? Larian Studios employs 434 employees. Like, this is a meme that has been going around, that Larian is a small company. Larian is one of the oldest companies in the industry, as far as I know. They were founded in 1996. 27 years ago. That's why I hate everything around Baldur's Gate 3, right? I hate everything. Because people are treating it like it's like a small studio that released this fucking indie game that's just like blowing the industry out of the water with their unparalleled quality. When in reality, it's like the same quality as everybody else. It's just that the other ones are literally like dropping the fucking bag. Plus they're backed by Wizards, which is one of the biggest like game companies in the world. So it's like like, yeah, like they probably had just as much funding as like Bethesda, like or more. And they're a long established studio. The only thing that, like, to me, the only thing that they did successfully was necromancing the correct franchise, and then they like raped it, but then they didn't rape it hard enough for people to be disgusted enough. People were like, pronouns, okay, genital customization, okay, tons of Reddit dialogue, it's fine, it's not that bad. Yeah, game of the year. Fuck this game, dude. Like, normally I hate play games because I want to see, but like I'm not playing this game. Like, there's no way. Fuck this game. So, dark necromancy SJW ritual. That's what this game is. I don't want to touch it. I'm not being dramatic. It is exactly what it is. It's just that nobody has any standards or anything. Gamergate was 14 years ago? Yeah, and they lost. Things have only gotten worse since then. Bar. You didn't have pronouns in games then. Like, you didn't have pronouns and body types. And since then it's just gotten worse. Now we got pronouns. If a game has pronouns, I don't want to play it. It's that simple. Like, even body type is like borderline uninstall instantly. Like, I'm not dealing with this shit. It's not a big deal if you just look at it in a vacuum, but I don't, so it is a fucking big deal. Status effect. There. Put the bleed here. Also, from what I've seen in Baldur's Gate 3 so far, it's basically just boy facing over Baldur's Gate 2 references. Wow, we're going to the Underdark again! Wow, we're doing this again! I don't believe you. Wow, it's the Illithids and the Githyanki again! No, you meet them several times. There are Githyanki in the Watcher's Keep. There's... I'm pretty sure there's Githyanki in the Underdark. I'm not sure, though. There's a whole Githyanki questline with the Silver Sword. I'm pretty sure. They, like, come hunting you. There are Githyanki... I think there are Githyanki in the planar prison. As well. No Gith there? Okay. I don't care. Fuck off. I'm still right. When you complete the quests in the Underdark and you are leaving, you run into Githyanki. Should I give them back their sword or kill them? Dude, you are so full of shit. Oh my god, I'm gonna take a piss. It's even literally the same quest line, isn't it? It's like you have their weapon and they want it back. Like it's literally the same. They just did the same quest over again. They just made it more cinematic. And now there's a giant junky waifu there. Oh my god. That's exactly what they have going. Give me back the sword. They want the weapon back. That's what they said. I watched like an hour of it on Gibbs' stream. You only get a silver sword in the last act of the game, lol. Oh, so the silver sword is in the game too. No, but I'm not saying it's the silver sword, but they want their weapon back. It's the same act, it's just they want something else back. It's not. They keep calling it the weapon, bro. They want the weapon back, and it was theirs. They said it's our weapon. Give it back. That's what they say. It's still the same concept. Like, this is like when my friend in school was like, "No, I don't look like my dad. He's got long hair." Like, the fuck. It's cosmetic difference. Yeah, it is. You're a simp. You were already wrong about the git in Baldur's Gate 2. Now you're wrong about the git in Baldur's Gate 3 as well. The structure is different. That's true. It's got more cutscenes. True. I'm not gonna read up on this dog shit. They revisit the same places, redo the same quests, redo the same interactions with the same NPCs. And you go to Baldur's Gate and soy face over Baldur's Gate. And then in Act 3 the game goes to shit, apparently. Just like all Larian games, because they can't write a storyline. Yeah, you've got Minsk, you got Jaheira, you have 4 soy-faced characters. Oh, holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, it's such a soy-faced game. It's a fucking Reddit game, dude. Oh my god. EG3, returning characters. Oh no, they even brought back Sarevok. Oh my fucking god. Oh, this is such a fucking disaster. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, this is such a lame game. Oh, we gotta put Minsk in the game. He's so Reddit, dude. We've gotta maximize the Reddit in our game. Put Minsk in. I bet they made him extra Reddit as well. No, you are being a pedantic little bitch. He's the face of the franchise? I don't really care. Because this game is not part of the franchise. This game is a perverse necromancy of the franchise. The game is set over 200 years after the events of Baldur's Gate 2, and they still manage to inject that many fucking Reddit references. Oh my god. It is rent-free in my head because Reddit is everywhere. Everything is Reddit nowadays. You're bringing negative energy in here. You're bringing Twitter energy into my life. No, you're fucking Reddit, dude. You just play all the Reddit games and sim for them. You're a Reddit simp. Next you're gonna simp for Starfield as well. It's not actually that bad. Not actually. The writing's actually pretty good. The gameplay is actually pretty good. It's not at all like Fallout 3. You can actually fly in space with the ship. The gameplay, the you know, the guns feel a lot better. Fallout 3 is actually the worst game ever made. I mean, people say that Fallout 3 is better than 4, even though I don't understand why at all, because there's no difference. If 4 has slightly better animations, like that's the only difference. And the story, like the only difference is that the storyline is like slightly more cooked. Like, but the storyline in 3 is fucking trash anyways, who cares? Like, it's so dog shit. Like, there's not a single Bethesda game that does not have absolutely the most horrific story. Like, the story is 1 out of 10 in all their games. Like, they're so trash. So absolutely total dog shit. Morrowind's story is fucking horrendous. Like, it's unironically worse than Skyrim's storyline. It's one of the worst storylines that they have. It is so bad. There is barely even a story there. You like walk around and then you go and you're like talking to some ghosts, and then you go and you get the weapons and then you kill Dagothr. Like nothing. It's fucking trash, dude. It's like it's like you're waking up from a fever dream and you've forgotten everything that happened, and then someone is like just reminding you that, oh, by the way, you're like at the last chapter of this story that you completely like blacked out because you got fucking drunk, and then you're just trying to piece together what happened like yesterday after you, like, before you blacked the fuck out, and then you're like, oh, okay, and then you just like go and finish the last chapter. Yeah, that is Disco Elysium. But that's also Morrowind's story. Except there you blacked out so hard that you died and got reincarnated. Like, that's... that's how hard you blacked out. Morrowind is peak fiction? Yeah, exactly, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That is what I'm saying. In Oblivion, I don't even know what the story was. What is the story in Oblivion? It's like... Cyber Septim dies, and then you have to find his... like his grandson, Daniel Septim, and then Daniel Septim is like, no, I'm scared. And then you go and like find some items for him, and then he like cuts himself, and then Dagothur gets sad and the game's over. And then he dies. It's just about going into random dungeons and finding like some fucking armor. Or some bullshit. I don't even remember. It's the thing with him being an ex-Daedra worshipper. What? I don't remember that at all. You go into their ancestral tomb to find something. And I think it's an armor. Or some bullshit. Maybe some bracers. Oh my god. Well... yeah. Oh, video games are so bad. I'm so tired. Oh, just one good game. Just one good game that isn't a story game that I can play. Oh, like I'm so bored. I'm so bored that I was considering playing World of Warcraft Classic again. It's that bad. I played Genshin Impact, and after that I was like this is it. This is the end. I don't know. There's nothing else in the entire world to do. I did play chess a little bit for a while with a friend, but then he wanted to switch like directly to speed chess, and then it was just not fun anymore. Hello, Red Scout. How's it going? I like rapids, it's reasonable. Speed chess is fine. Yeah. When you actually know chess. But speed chess, the only point of speed chess is to create mistakes when you like already know the place, basically. Hello, Marv. What are we creating here? Well, right now I'm being distracted as fuck. But I'm trying to implement some status effects and creating some buffs and stuff for our game, which is a tactics RPG. Not sure what I need to do. So we're now applying a bleed here. Now this bleed is going to be incorrect. Because I changed the values. So now it's gonna need... it's gonna need to apply a certain amount of stacks. Let's apply 6 stacks. That makes sense. Let's go with 10. And we're doing add status effect. And then we're gonna do if status effect dot type equals status effect type dot bleeding. Then we will run add bleed status effect. Cannot convert from status effect to bleeding, but we can. Can. And then we return after that. Added bleed. Now we need to change how the trigger works. Because before I was doing this, I was doing apply damage. But apply damage causes the target to play their taking damage animation, which shouldn't be the case when they're bleeding. We call tick bleed instead. And then here, this is where the tricky part in. Because we don't necessarily want to do that. We just tick the bleed. Let's not call it tick. Let's call it apply bleed damage. Yes, apply. Well, it doesn't matter that much. the bleed triggers, and then it applies this. And it does that, does that, does that. And we're gonna say stacks minus equals. Let's just go with 2 for now. And then if we get that to work, we can expand on it. Should implement tooltips soon, I think. Oh boy. So here now, if this is below 0, dot remove this and target dot bleed whatever reason I made the bleed private, make it public again. Target.bleed equals null. Let's see how many errors we have. 0. Okay. Now can we get this to actually do something? Bleeding is missing the class attribute extension of native class. Yeah. That's because I was making, let's see, bleed. I made a scriptable object here. That should not exist anymore. Is that it? I think so. Let's just see what happens now when we apply a bleed. It's not getting added here anymore. That's because add status effect. Because we're not doing this. Recheck state. What are we doing in recheck? Current status effect types. Yeah, right, we're checking what types of status effects we're currently affected by. Just try doing this. This, and now what this should probably do is it should change the status effects turn. So let's see. Lead dot turn dot not sure how to change this. Progress turn, update combat turn order. So what if we say lead dot turn dot index equals 0. No. Equals lead dot tick rates. Because it does its damage initially when you attack. I guess. It'll be a little bit confusing, I think. Maybe. Because if I just make the bleed tick, then you'll lose stacks instantly. So if you apply 10 stacks, it'll say that you add 8 stacks, and that'll be confusing. So I think it won't trigger the bleed. It'll just cause extra damage. But we can just see if we can get this to work. So now we have a bleed there. However, bleed's turn crashes the game. This is the issue? I think it's this. I'm adding the wrong bleed. So not really. Oh, that should have been fine. This, however, this dot bleed dot turn. Sure, what's crashing it? Now we get a bleed. And then he takes damage. Which is kind of weird. See here, status effects. Leading. Target dot, well, main controller dot status see target dot lead dot turn dot destroy. But I think what's happening was that the bleed was trying to trigger when it was actually deleted. It does damage multiple times. Does it? Need trigger once. Bleed triggered 3 times. Why? Because it's not getting changed. Hello, Puro, what's up? Return false. This should just return true. And keep that. That's a bit of a clutch. A crutch, rather. Yeah, it's because the tick rate is so fast. Let's set the tick rate to 10. It just triggers instantly because it ticks so fast. It ticks multiple times between the character's turns. Now it takes 16 damage. Now it takes 12 damage. 8 damage. 4 damage. And then it runs off. It seems to work fine now. So what happens if we keep stacking it? We use it like so, it does 20 damage right away. And then we attack again. Well, he doesn't have enough health. Let's just give him more health. This him? Health 200. Yeah, let's give him 2000 health. Now it does 520 damage. 480. 440. 400. Then we use it again. It does 560 damage. Yeah. I mean, that works kind of the way I was thinking. It's just that each like turn function doesn't have any kind of built-in like delay before the next turn progresses. So it just looks like the bleed triggers like 3 times instantly, which is not what it's meant to do. But it might trigger 3 times before his next turn. Hmm. Oh. Just thinking. What to bother with. I think I kind of want to add some kind of delay, but a little bit complicated. Like, not really, but also yes, because it doesn't need much. It could just be like a second. So here in end turn, what if we say... What if we say that there's a float called float turn delay? And then in end turn, we're gonna say turn delay equals 0. And then we're gonna say progress turn. There. And in progress turn, we're gonna say turn delay plus equals time dot delta time. And then we're gonna say if turn delay is less than 1, then we just return. And we'll see if that's enough. Because I don't know if there's any code outside that's gonna just break this. And then now there's a second delay here. So what happens then with the bleed? When the bleed triggers, there's a little delay. Okay, so then we can try turning the bleed. Where is it? Oh, I'm looking at it. We set the tick rate back to 3. Well, what is the current delay, right? Yeah, so each AP is 5 points, and then they have speed. What are their base speeds? Spearman's base speed is it his initiative? Combat turn speed is 10. I think that's a bit much. What if we set this to 2? Well, I don't know, it doesn't really matter that much. Like, if the bleed's tick rate is 5, then let's say a unit acts. If a unit spends, let's say 6 AP, that's then gonna be 30, right? 30 plus 10 if we actually use their speed modifier. That's gonna be 40. And that means he's gonna take 8 ticks of bleeding from acting. So I think maybe a 10 or less even, or a higher tick rate than that is probably what makes sense. Then if this guy gets attacked, he now has a bleed on him. And then if he moves as far as he can, then end turn, he is now going to take several hits of bleeding before it's his turn again. Wow, that's a lot more turns than I thought. Holy shit, why is this so fucking delayed? What is Ria's speed? I have to add more modifiers to these, or prefixes to these tiles. Ria, for example, should be unit data Ria. And her combat turn speed is 8. Just trying to think of some basic settings for this to make some sense. It's a bit severe right now. Thinking maybe a 2. Or maybe even just a 1. Because right now, his basic turn delay is 10. So if he uses his 8 action points, and it's 2, that's gonna add that up to 10 plus, you know, quite a lot. Gonna add up to 26, right? I think I kind of want... This is it. It's a little bit tricky. But I think it might be like this. If you haven't done anything, you shouldn't be able to end your turn. You should only be able to use delay, right? Because delay is literally end turn, but it makes you choose how long you want to wait. Now, I do think delay shouldn't be a hard thing. It should be like... It might be something that you might want to... Like, if you... Let's say you delay for 10 seconds. And then you get attacked. I think that should cancel the delay. And then you should have to re-input a command for him. Or it gives you like a yes, no. Like, do you want to... cancel this delay? This is the issue with adding more functions and more complexity. It's because there are a lot of edge cases where things might not be quite straightforward and intuitive enough. You don't want things to, you know, clutter the experience too much. So now, if he ends turn, he's gonna get hit by this bleed once. And then if he runs, and then Rhea moves in, triple stabs him. Takes a bleed hit once, and then he can run away more. So, okay, every 6 seconds, if we think about this, if we say that right now he ends his turn, and that takes 10 seconds, that means he's gonna take one tick, and it's gonna work towards the next tick a bit. It takes 1.5 tick, basically. And if he moves his 8 AP, then he's moved 18, then that's gonna be 3 ticks that it takes. Expending his AP, right? But I think even 2 ticks, like that would still be big enough, because then you might take like 20% of your health attacking. Otherwise, you might take like 30. Right? So, what I kind of want to do is something like what if I standardize the amount of AP everybody has? Right? But that might be kind of weird, because that would affect character movement. Because what I'm thinking is like making AP remaining count as a way to get rid of the bleeds, right? So if you have like 10 AP, you get rid of 10 stacks. That would mean that a character with less AP can get rid of less stacks, which I think is kind of fine to some degree as well. This is just an idea that I'm trying to explore. So, what I want to do is let's get a little bit overcomplicated here, but the real solution to this issue is going to the grocery store and buying some milk. So I'm not sure I have prepared it. But yeah, I should go take a little short break, go to the store. Yeah, I'll be back in a bit. I'm gonna go for a little break, so we'll see what we can do after that. But I'll see you soon. And we are back. That on. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, 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 oi. So, we now have a bleed there. It's kind of weird. It's still weird. Well, whatever. Let's just go with this for now. Burp. Like the main worry here is that bleed application could easily turn into stun locking. Basically. The difficult part is I don't think this makes it doesn't make full sense, right? Like it has to be more direct. Because otherwise it's gonna be like, oh, if you have like 2 AP over, you lose 2 extra stacks, or you know, blah blah blah. It's just too complicated. And if you hit end turn and if target dot is delaying, we'll do it like this. This is too complicated. Let's just do that. Then we'll do public bool has acted. And then we're gonna say on progress turn, Current turn.unit.has acted equals false. And then I want to try doing it like this instead. So now we apply the bleeding 3 times, right? That way we get stacking damage procs from it. It also makes the ability a lot more powerful when there are a lot of bleeds on it. So that could be triple stab's combo function. Now, it's adding 3 turns, which it's not supposed to be doing. Also, it's broken now. Why? Let's see. Oh. Yeah, I see it. I know what's happening. It doesn't have to have the same name, does it? This is called... Because it was reducing its own, like it was adding 2 stacks and then it triggered and then it just added. Or it added 2 stacks and then it triggered and then it deducted 2 stacks and then it deleted itself. Now it works though. So now we need to... Here we set an action to trigger and stuff. So what if I do set an action to trigger? Set action to trigger equals value. As active equals true. And then move. This is the movement tool. Analyze move equals 1, move, current object, internal position. Dot, as acted equals true. Then we attack her, double stab. Now he has acted, so now we stab him. But he gets to act before anything happens, anyway. Because the attack doesn't have a cost. But now it didn't fall off. Bleed trigger. See, now she does more and more bleed damage every time she attacks. However, I think it might be too powerful. Should be more like 1. She applies 1 stack. I'll let her apply 1 stack, and then 2 stacks there, maybe, for now. Because otherwise she will ramp way too hard. Because she would do... On her first attack, she would cause 2 plus 4 plus 6, 12% max life. Right? That's insane amounts of damage. And then on the next turn, she would do 8 plus 10 plus 12. She would do 30% max life in 1 hit in 2 turns. So it might be too much even as it is. Right now we're doing 1 plus 2 plus 4 is 7. And then next turn she's doing 8 plus 9 plus 11. So it's still way too much. Just 1. Now she does 1 plus 2 plus 3. 6%. Next turn she is doing 7 plus 8 plus 9. 24%. However, bleeds will have fallen off, so I still think it's okay. It might not be, like, this might not be enough, just purely because there's gonna be fall off until the next turn. So, like, minimum is 2, right? So I do think we will actually need to increase this. Let's stick with the initial 222. Because then by the next turn it will have tapered off by 2 now see, when this is initialized, this is an attack. Then let's see, end the turn, right? Here we are checking action points, tempo movement. We're checking action points spent. So user dot action points spent should be plus equals cost, AT cost. And all abilities should have this on them. They should also so here we're checking if we are within action to trigger range, and main controller dot action to trigger dot AP cost is less than main controller dot current turn dot unit dot dot action points spent less than or equal to get how does the action points getter work? Yeah, no, that's not what we want. Int action points remaining get. That's then gonna be return object data dot action dot ap dot action points minus action points spent. Yeah.
Like so.
We'll get this to update now. Five. Yeah, now it works. Let's move this guy, like, up there. She moves there. She has 3 AP. Now she can't use triple stab. Okay, good. So how about this? We now try applying leading to 2 targets at the same time. Is that gonna work out? She died, but she has health left. Okay. God damn, it's been over 4 hours already. I'm gonna switch chair. Also want to give light sources length. Something that needs to be done later. And I need a to-do list again. What else? Let's make a new ability. Let's see. These dashes.
Oh yeah.
Hmm. Okay, so Here we're gonna now apply user dot add status effect. Man, I don't think I've decided exactly how to do this. Is it a status effect? What is it? We have status effects here, right? And LOT stat modifier, right? So that's what we want. We want a new stat modifier. And that means we do status effect comes with a bunch of base things, right? Stacks, power, duration, time index, tick rate, effect name. So what we do is we go to empowered blade, and then here we add public LOT stat modifier. Buff to add. And then here we should just user.add status effect. Buff to add. Right? And then add status effect is gonna need to be adjusted so that it'll, because not all status effects should have a turn. So the my idea with this spell is that it's going to eat up charges. So it's not going to be time based, and it's not going to be not going to be time based. It's not going to be whatever turn based. It's going to be based on charges. So when you attack something, that's gonna subtract charges, right? So let's see here. A status effect have stacks, power, duration, blah blah blah. We can just use the stacks value, right? Kind of. Yeah, that's fine. But then we need to go over here, and we need to create a new scriptable object. It's not done correctly. Needs this. There we go, we got Empower Blade. Where did I put all the skills? UI. Triple stab icon. I fucked this up somehow. This should be a simple ramp. These two should be flipped. That's how it should work. This should be 166. This is 20. And 10. 201. $205. No. 195. $190. 185. It's a pretty big leap there. Doesn't look very good. And now we need the purple one. The value changes a lot based on the color, so once you gotta deal with it on a case-to-case basis. However, I don't really like the way the internal thing looks here, so we'll have to see what we do there, because it looks just like the background. I mean, this is fine here. It's just that this here, this is too much, right? So this might need to simply be something like this, you know. Could literally just be something like this, and then we can see if we can add some flair to it somehow. Like a texture. But this is just placeholder stuff anyway, so it doesn't matter. All I wanted to do was just do that, and it would be this size where you have space to work. Every single 14-year-old pixel artist hogging out right now because we're making diagonal swords, dude. Fucking hate making diagonal swords. Don't think we're gonna keep this diagonal, but we'll just do something for now. It doesn't really matter that much. Just test stuff. Now it's actually like being incorrect. So it's much smaller in reality than this. is like the laziest icon you can imagine. Looks like such utter dog shit. This is so bad, bro. Holy shit, this is so disgustingly bad. But it doesn't matter, bro. Doesn't matter. Minecraft modding? Exactly, that's kind of the feeling I'm getting. Oh, Shaded Turtle. But it'll have to do for now. I don't really give that much of a shit. So, and then let's see, command icon backgrounds, export those in padding 1. There. Now, where did they go? Rights. Rights. UI. Icons. They did not get put here, but they should be put here. So where did I put them? Resources sprites icon. Save that there too? No, that should not be there. Go there. And Right there. Sprites, UI, icons. There. Command icon backgrounds there. Now multiple. I wonder if this is an auto slice. Seems like it. Anyway. Empower Blade, action name, Empower Blade. Action icon, Empower Blade icon. EP cost 2. Now this attack, or this spell, I'm not sure if it should be a quick action or something like that. I was thinking of having something like that in the game. But, we'll see. It can be implemented in a way where items are just implemented that way. Like they're just command, but they count as something that is called a quick action. And then we can just decide further down the line whether we want any actions to actually work like that or not. Meaning an action that you can take in a turn and then still use an attack. And the idea here is that this is a spell that makes her that buffs her damage for a certain amount of attacks. Let's go with 10 for now. Heat requirement. Let's go with 1. Heat cost should be all of it. So I'm not sure we have a cost system for heat. Like, heat might just be something that you generate, not something that you spend. I'm not sure if we're decided on that, because it might just be like a global cooldown kind of in that case. Well, we'll see. Like when your heat is too high, you just can't use spells and you have to wait. It could also be... It could be different from a value between 0 to 4. It could be a value from 0 to 100 instead. And then you simply have stages in there, like... Need to be in stage 4 to do this. Meaning you have to have 75% or higher. That could be a thing. the reason for even considering that is that heat needs to dissipate, right? So it might dissipate a certain amount per second. So if you do other things, then heat is going to dissipate. And that might just make more sense if it's just a larger value, right? Like a 0 to 100 or whatever. I'm not entirely sure about the nature of the heat, so I have to talk to Gibbs later to flesh out this mechanic a bit more, both lore-wise and mechanic-wise. Yeah. There. Now we have some burgers out, so we can make them later. And then down here we should have... It's not serialized. Why is that? We got a public LOT stat modifier here. And that comes from status effect. And status effect is serializable. And if you look at bleeding, Triple Stab put status effect there as a test. What if we do that? Now we have a buff to add here. Is it complaining? No. So now we have a buff, and we're gonna call it Empower Blade. Its icon is going to be our Blade icon. Add to timeline, no. Stacks, 10.
Power. Should its power be 5? And stat modifier. Oh yeah. Power is just gonna be 0. And here we're gonna modify our flat damage by 10, I think. Now, what I don't like here is that I'm basically gonna have to make a string comparison, I guess. Hmm. I'm gonna mute the music so I can have some streams open. I haven't fixed spells yet. Target type, self. Target team, ally. Hmm. Mad animation. This needs an animation. Dim stages. Certainly needs that. Hmm. I wonder if it's over for today. Getting a bit hungry. Seems like it's over. My focus is completely busted. So what I need to do now is we need to make self-target abilities, and what I want them to have is I want them to have a confirmation step. So when you click it, it goes into target selection, but the only thing you can do is just click, and it'll target yourself, or right click to cancel. And then we need Empower Blade to just work. Now the thing is, I don't have anywhere to show the abilities, so we might it might be time to program in a unit card, like in the bottom right or something, that shows the character, shows the name, the stats, the whatevers. So that might be a thing to do, and also tie it in with the target. But for now, that seems to be it. So I probably won't stream tonight. I'm still a bit tired. Kind of just don't feel like streaming, so. We'll get back to that later. Anyway, until next time, thanks for hanging. Bye-bye.